Hi, and welcome to part 14th of this series where I'm building a BIP44 HD compliant air gap crypto wallet. And simply gonna jump right into it where we left it last time. We were doing some UI styles for the Vault UI. So let's just resume that and work our way through it. We did a few screens last time, and I think we were okay. Yeah. So this dice rolls functionality is something that I skipped out earlier because I wasn't really sure whether users would be willing to flip or roll the dice 256 times. But eventually, after some discussions on the forums, I realized if I really want to make the system a trustless one, it's better to not rely on not give an option to use dice rolls or flip coins option in the UI, like not try to assist them in a software form when they're trying to generate their own entropy, generate their own randomizations, because this process of generating your own mnemonic phrase can be easily done completely offline without requiring any software at all. So I'm now in a position to suggest that route if you don't want to trust the automatic generation that happens here. So considering that, I am going to remove this dice rolls option from the UI, because we won't be needing it if you don't trust, like if you don't want to rely on the system to generate the entropy for you correctly, like if you don't trust it, and I encourage you not to trust things just on their face value, then you should be really flipping coins and doing that uh, that generation aspect completely offline away from computers, because that's easily possible. You simply and I'll be providing this like a PDF of some sort where you will have an entire mapping. So you take that PDF out or you print it out, and then you simply flip coins or roll dices and just mark your results in onto that sheet of paper. Don't do that on a computer though, so because otherwise you disk it. So you do it completely offline and you will be able to generate the mnemonic phrase for you, and then you simply boot up your Vault app and simply choose the import option. Okay, let's go ahead and remove this dice rolls functionality from the UI here. Let's open up the let's open this below here. Reduce the size to the actual screen that we will have to work with. Okay, this is good. Okay, here's the option, bring your own entropy. Let me see if there is any uncommitted work. There isn't, so we can continue. Have to we'll have to remove this function as well. What else? Okay, that's that, and then simply you click on generate. Need the server to be up and running. You get your mnemonic phrase, you proceed, you confirm, you get into that confirmation state where you have to confirm your own mnemonic, and deleting this from here and deleting this from here. This gets now simplified in this form. So now from the Vault side, only the signing transaction part is remaining. Everything else is pretty much done in terms of functionality. So let's try to complete the UI today, and then we can move on to other things. So I also have a to-do list going on for the actual milestone where I will be able to put all of this source code on GitHub, and it's at least functional in the very basic essence that you can use this vault to store Bitcoin and transact using Bitcoin. And then we'll build support for more and more currencies as we go. Okay, let's see what screen were we on. I think we were on this choose passphrase screen. And the last thing I decided about was, instead of having two fields where I make the user type in passphrase twice, I'm going to go with the passphrase field, which is an input type text and not an input type password, so that the user can actually see what they're typing. It is also possible that they type in the wrong thing twice, so it's better to much have a visual confirmation of what they think that they have typed in, because essentially if they type in something else and then use the accounts and everything under the wrong passphrase, so the next time they will come to boot up the vault app and they would enter the password that they think it is right but it isn't, they won't have access to any of their funds. So we want to be really sure of the user not likely to make any mistake at the passphrase screen. Okay, let's enable the view extension here. And then over here at the generate screen at this point, I think if I just flip the switch, I get this screen. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Okay, I have these two S2s in a single div. That's right after the SVG here. I don't want to make this icon too big, but I do want to demand the visual, like I do want to demand the attention from the user that something really important is going on. So pay attention, because apparently this is as important as the mnemonic phrase itself. I think we'll also wrap the rest of the stuff here in a separate div so that we can apply some classes to it. For this, I think if we, let's see, the SVG is here, and if I try to give it some margin, how does it behave? Margin left in. Okay, it pushes that as well. So since the width is defined, we want to sort of align it in the middle. And don't think text center is gonna work here. So let's use some padding here on the left side. Padding left in. Oh wow, that somehow caused it to reduce the size. Okay, so what if I give this the size 32, then that pushes it too much. But then I can reduce the left margins on this div, right? And then margin for this one can be adjusted. Let's see if we can simply do it on the basis of a class this time. Can't make it perfectly aligned by using the default styles. So I think we'll have to rely on this. Am I doing it wrong? Why is this? Okay, this is taking precedence, so let's get this out. What's wrong with it? What does it say? Invalid property value. Okay. Just gonna reload it once. Okay, let's give this value here. PL10 it was, and then try to work our way through it. PL10 with 32. Right, so I think PL10 can be PL8. Does not affect it that much at all, so maybe let's go with 6. Okay, let's go with 6 for now. With 32 PL6, and then on this div we reduce the left margin that we're applying. Reload, generate, change the state here, and we have this. So now just need to align it right below it, and that should be good. But why is it being pushed down so much? Because if this doesn't have margin left, it goes right to this point. And it should, I mean, I don't think it needs to be in line because the parent div is in line and these should not be in line. Right. Now, these should come on the right side of the SVG as it is. If I explicitly specify with 32 here, what happens? Nothing happens. I think this is not going to matter here in this context. This is inline. If this was in a div that was block and this is block, then that should get aligned. So if I remove inline here and I remove inline here, how does this behave? Okay, so it tries to occupy everything. So width 32 is actually kind of taking effect now. So now if I reduce, okay, yeah, width 8 is too much for it. 16, need a little bit more than 16. Tailwind. So we have 2024 after that. 20 is okay. Maybe 24. Yeah, 24 is better. So we'll keep this 24, and if I let me try this real quick. Div class. So now the SVG is inside of this div class, and this SVG isn't in line anymore. This with 24 goes to this, and this one can have how much? I don't know. I mean, let's give it with 24 as well, and then we'll simply change it over here. Remove inline styles from here. Reload this, generate, flip this, and we have this here. Okay. If we simply want the height, we can specify that as well. That doesn't work. How much is this? How much is... So about 16 pixels. And this is about 480. So we have about 30 rem of space here. So kind of 10 rem is what we want. So with 40, I kind of want this. So flex on the parent class and flex one. Like I don't know or understand flex, but I'm gonna give this a try. Okay, then flex only wants this to be applicable on these two divs and not everything here. like this. So reload, generate, flip this switch. Okay, let's see how does the container looks like now. One is this one, second is this one. Okay, much better than the behavior that we were seeing earlier. So now we simply reduce the width over here, and that doesn't do anything because it has simply split the both the divs to have equal width over here. So I think we kind of want flex auto here instead of flex 1, and that way when we change the size of the SVG, this container should adjust on base of that. Okay, so let's get rid of that width here and reduce the left padding as well. We get this. It's still bigger than what I wanted, but okay, let's see. This left margin can go away as well, and this entire thing can have a margin top, and then we can reduce the size of it. Okay, this one can go out as well. Now if I reduce the margin top here, maybe 8 will do. Yes, pretty much. So let's reduce that to 8, and want to decrease the size of this SVG a little. How about if I explicitly tell it to be of a small size, W8? Okay, that increases it. W6, W4 seems not to be doing what I imagine it should do. So instead of doing that width here, I'm gonna do that here. Okay, 20 looks like the good size. And then we give it some left padding. Okay. Then I suppose we give it size 40. Reduce the padding to 8, and that screws up with its head. Okay, wow. I'm pressing the up arrow and it's reducing it. I'm pressing the down arrow, it's increasing it. What is up with 20 and 24? Why is acting this way? Something doesn't like me flipping the size of the width from 20 to 24. At 20 it is at this size, and 24 it becomes huge instantaneously. what if, let's see, instead of left padding, what else can you use? Content. Let's try this content center. But that kinds of that kind of did it. And if we can reduce the size now, 16. Again, the same thing. But at least it's not even centered. I don't know. I really need to learn flex. So this doesn't actually center it because content start needs to be at the parent as well. That doesn't seem to make a difference. Flex content start, flex wrap. Okay. And I need to be specifying the width like this. Let's give that a try as well. Okay, all of these classes should be on the top. Flex wrap and content start. I put it in the parent one. I meant to put it here. Does that do anything? Nope. And if I specify the size here, W1/3, what happens? Okay, it now takes up about half of the size, even though the class says it's just gonna take 1/3. Let's see how we can reduce the size of this first. And now it has started to act funny, I believe. It will. Is this width 4? See, width 1 doesn't do anything, width 4 doesn't do anything. That means the child inside of that container is controlling it. And if I explicitly specify the size here, that gets applied. So 16, 20 is the size that I want. And how about I add some padding now here? Padding left 10. Oops. And then that causes it to shrink in size. It's kind of in a center position though, but not in the width that I want. And if I reduce the width here now, then that actually reduces the size of it. Wow. This is crazy. Gonna start again. Okay, let's apply these classes here. And the ones below it simply has the width classes. Maybe I need flex row. Then it doesn't supposed to have any classes under it, so let's remove flex order for a bit and see how that makes it behave. Okay, then simply apply width classes, I believe. Okay, no width classes, so it just takes up the room it needs. And in here, that would mean increasing the size of this with 20. That kind of makes it better. Perhaps the padding is better on this container here. Yes, actually, why was I applying padding on an SVG element? Okay, this makes sense. Okay. What's happening with my keyboard? Flex row, delete the class, and left padding of 8 here. Inside, we are doing W20 BL6 for now. And remove the flex auto from here as well. And that's essentially what we have right now. Yep, okay. Let's see. This inline style can go away. So that aligns these two headings. Then the top margin can be reduced. And for this one, if we give it a top padding as well, so that's better. Yeah, that's actually kind of closer up to what we want. So I'm just gonna finalize that and not worry about it more than this. Do I have all the rules? 26 and yep. Reload, generate, flip the switch. Okay, inline style needs to go, but okay, it's here. Okay, what happened to this? Where did I must have removed this padding. Yep. Okay, remove this padding and adjust it a little bit more in terms of the top margin. I don't think we have 7 defined. Yep. So 6 top 1. That does it. Okay, that should be all of it. Yep, so we now let the user choose the passphrase here, and we do need to show a message, and this needs to be input type text, which I think it already is. Yes. Okay, let's show the message below the input field here. Span keep it safe separately from mnemonic. You will need both of them to access your funds. You lose either of them, you lose access. Okay. This button I think is if I make it a block element, that should push it below. Yes. And then I simply specify, okay, no, not specify. We have some extra margin on the top that we can potentially move everything up a little. It has margin, okay. How much? It has padding of 4. Okay. So if this top padding goes, it shifts here, and then this needs to shift as well. Do I remove the padding as well? And then maybe just increase that to 3. Yes, that's about right. So empty 3, and padding top goes away. That gets us here. This will get a block element class, and both the spans should get a margin top 2. Let's see how that looks. Okay, don't want this label looking like this here. What I have here is this message is too big actually. Keep it safe, but separately from your mnemonic phrase. Lose this, lose your funds. That's actually better copy. Okay, what was it? Okay, I was trying to change the passphrase, the label here. What can we do about it? Let's try applying the class to this label here directly, and that shouldn't do anything to the input. Okay, font bold it is. That doesn't look as nice as this one. We do have a lot of space over here. Why is that? Okay, this is a little larger than that box. Now they kinda have a resemblance to the size, and I think the icon is still big and the font here is too big. How does this look without being bold? Okay. Do we have different level of font weights? We must. Let's try font medium instead. Yeah, that's much better, I think. Then passphrase can also be font medium rather than being bold. Let's see how that looks. Better, but where does this? Okay, they are not block elements, that's why. Then this needs a margin as well. Okay, better than before. But if this button is on the right side, for now I have kept the button on the left side or on the center. This is the only screen where I have it on the right. But if I move it here, then there's a lot of breathing space around this text and this button. I think this will do for now as it is, and we'll come back to it later on when we are trying to see what can we do about it. But this will do for now. So now for the generate screen, we show the word list option. We click on generate. It's simply generated and doesn't prompt you for this dice roll here. Okay, ungrouped. Perhaps this message will be better if it's below this drop down. Let's take a look. Yep, let's do that. The mouse is acting funny. It leaves a click while doing a drag operation before I wanted to. So since top and bottom are both 5, let's do m by 5. And what else did I change? Nothing else, I guess. Reload. Yep, this looks better. Okay, then we have this screen, then we have this screen. That's fine. So now let's do the import screen. Okay. That's a lot of stuff to fit on one small screen. But I think until you have, okay, that's a challenge because we actually have two options. Either the user can simply type it in, or the user can click on this, scan the QR code, and then provide the decryption key and the passphrase. So I think this screen needs to be broken down into two screens here. And we can prompt the user for two options, essentially two buttons, which will say either scan QR code or type it in. When they click scan QR code, everything gets hidden. The camera view opens up the video feed, and when they click on the type it in, we simply show them these fields. And this is where is the import template. Okay, let's I think this is the pairing that we are trying to give it to every screen. This is, and most likely in this case we'll reduce it, but let's start with it and then adjust it as we go. So instead of scan, we get two functions which will do what? You can call it type mnemonic, type it in, and just type it. These doesn't need to be block elements at all, but okay, they are block elements. Okay, I'll align them in a second, but first let's see, we get the import heading. Do we have any? The only heading that we have right now looks like this. And even with this, we can make it everything medium. That looks a little nicer. I think, I don't know. I don't know. I guess visual improvements will come in later on. It can suck a little in terms of design, but it should be functional. Okay. Let's give it font bold. Import mnemonic, scan QR code and type it. So when this is being shown, everything gets hidden. So it should be, we need two flags which would indicate whether we are scanning it or whether we are typing it. So in the import component here, we have scanner instance, scanned instance. So we'll add scanning event here, which will be false by default, and typing event here, which will be false. Mnemonic scan option chosen. Mnemonic type in option chosen. Let's call it type in instead of type it. And now based on these two flags, we can simply wrap these fields till that point. Okay, and we need to wrap I think this only needs to be shown when it's being scanned. Scanning is equal to true, and then div vf typing is equal to true. Okay, type mnemonic is not defined. Let's give it the function that we just defined. Type mnemonic function, and once this is pressed, turn typing is equal to true, and when the scan mnemonic is pressed, we turn this into true. Okay, here is gone. That's good. Mnemonic and everything is still being shown here. Okay, I missed a dash here. Reload. Okay, that's just the entire screen. When I click on scan, it cannot capture the camera because OBS is using it, so to gonna disconnect it from OBS and then reload this page. This time it should be okay. Remove attribute of null inside the scan mnemonic function. Okay, I think this is being called now, but since the scanning is true, I mean, this is a workaround that I placed in earlier, but I think we won't need it now that we are simply toggling the video element itself and we click on based on this variable. So let's give that another go. Cannot access video stream. Why is that? Scan QR. Okay, it's definitely disconnected from OBS. Let's try the Insta scan demo. It definitely works here, so should work over there as well. Reloading. Scan. Cannot access a video stream. Why is that? it gets to this point, the video element here is document.getElement by ID. Okay, so I think what's happening here is it can't attach itself to the video element, and that's why it's just complaining about the wrong error. So if I remove this toggle here, now I'll still need that video element workaround, but let's see. Nope. Gonna restart the browser. Still the same error. Hmm. Definitely has the permission here. Do I not? Okay, camera is blocked. Why is that? Why can't I unlock this now? Come again. Hmm. Chrome block camera. Access to domain. Well, that's how it's usually shows the option. But for some reason, it has chosen to disable it here. Oh, because of HTTPS. Okay, it should work this time. Okay, it's working. You can't see it because the size did not get fixed. Let's see. What were we doing about size here? Okay, so now I can apply that tag again and simply disable these attributes that I put in there as a workaround, and it should simply work now. Okay, the video field is definitely on. I don't see it though. Where's the video element over here? Okay, so that's like a sufficient enough window for us to show. It's not getting binded to it again. And if I remove this tag, then I suppose it will work now, because again the rendering of the Vue.js is clearing it out of the DOM, and then the binding gets lost. So I can't do that VIF check over here. What if Vue.js VIF clears binding to element? Okay, this guy is trying to ask the same question but in a different manner. How does this make sense though? I don't understand how they are suggesting this VL scenario to show it. Okay, he just wants to show text. I just wants to. Okay, let's see. If I use a if, then this gets cleared out of the DOM, the binding gets removed. So what I can do is at this point do the binding again instead of doing that in the mounting. That should do it. I mean, outside of this function, the regular this will work. Okay, let's give this another try. But first needs to have that weave scanning flag here. Reload. Okay, did not work as expected. Most probably because when the function is executing, flipping of this flag does not, like, it takes a while. There's a certain delay, not noticeable to the regular eye, but before it renders the updates in the model to the view screen, I mean to the view presentation layer. So I think what happens is it does this, and at this point this is empty. I can show that to you by doing this here. Reload, scan option, see, null. It can't get it. So one option to do that would be to simply execute this code with a little delay, which I think is the better approach here, so that we won't have to do these workarounds at all, or we do these workarounds and keep the code simple like this. If you make a fire camera function, fire up camera seems better, and move all of this code, receive this here. And over here I can specify set timeout. This dot fire up camera after half a second. Scanning option on. Cannot read property video of undefined 138 at this line. Right. Now everything needs to be this. 130. Okay. Now this is undefined. Okay, we didn't pass it, right? Okay. What was the way to pass arguments in set timeout? Do I specify it here, or do I have to use something else now? Okay, that worked. Yay, nice, victory. So we flip this switch, we pass on this object here to this function, and that simply gets fired up with a little delay, and that makes it functional. Remove all of this gibberish here. let's go to the actual screen that we'll have. So for the scanning view, we'll also hide away this. Should we? Also, if the user wants to switch to the type option here instead of this, both of these buttons should be flipping the other switch as well. So this dot type, oops, this dot typing is equal to false, and this dot scanning is equal to false. So when the user clicks on this and they see this, they can click on this to come back to this screen, or click on this to go back to this screen. So now what do we need? We don't want the screen to be scrollable at all. It would be much better if it's simple enough that all the options, all the interactable elements are on the screen like this. Literally everything that we have here is the padding on the Y front. So that padding can be added to this PVP top 6. So when it's showing, it shows with padding like this, and when it's not showing, okay, I need to split a little bit of margin, the spacing with this container as well. So let's do that. This obviously gets to go away. This become margin top 6, but then this is only to be shown when scanning is false. Or even when the user is trying to type it in. What happens then? When the user is typing in, I guess that then as well it goes away, because we want to be able to have the option of popping up the on-screen keyboard. And if it looks like this, then half of the screen can be occupied by the keyboard and the user can simply interact with the mouse and not requiring a keyboard as well. So let's see, if scanning is false, then show it, or typing is false, then show it. And if one of them is true, it will still show it, which is wrong. So we need and here. So with scanning that goes away, and with typing option it goes away as well. Good. Let's make it padding top instead, so that okay. So once this is added, we need the margins on the video element. So this becomes, let's say, margin on y-axis of 5 pixel. How much do we had it before this? Padding of 6. So, and where is it? Okay, over here. So if this is padding top 6, how does the padding look like on the video element? Shouldn't be exact. Should be same as the margin. Yeah. Okay. Do have the scroll though, so I need to get rid of that. So we'll need to squeeze the video element a little bit, but I hope that doesn't matter. Yeah, that doesn't matter. That's simply a visual aid that the user can see that the camera is now turned on, and they would be attempting to show the QR. They don't really need to see whatever is being shown over there. They simply need to realize that the camera is on and how they can kind of target their camera or the QR code into the camera. So I think we can reduce the size here. But this has no default styles of its own. It has a size of 400 by 290, so we kind of want to reduce the height. So let's try specifying height here. Height 32. And the 64 is this. And I think that will do. We do want it to be centered. Margin auto does it, but how to do that in Tailwind? Okay, M auto. Easy enough. So now this is clicked and the video shows up nicely over here. The buttons can be a little better. This kind of looks like out of position when the video is being rendered because we can't really stretch the width of this video frame without increasing the height unless we figure out a way to clip it, and there's no point in actually doing all of that. Maybe we make these two buttons completely taking up half of size on the screen. Let's try this real quick. Whatever we tried earlier, this flex row thingy, flex row, nothing else in the actual block element tags. Okay, that did not do shit. Must be missing a class here. What did I have earlier? Flex row, and then simply not even the width here. They're simply occupying whatever space they need, and simply the container adjusts to that. But in this case, we have a lot of left margin, bottom margin going on. Oh, I reduced the margin and that caused the button to grow up in height. Are you serious? I removed these buttons. Okay. Something must have caused that then. Okay. How about we give it the width 2 by 5 is better. Then I can add some does auto mx or whatever it was, auto m auto. Yep, perfect. Okay, then this heading doesn't look as nice, but whatever, we'll live with it. This shows up here. This looks all right. No scrollable in the scanning option, but when the typing option comes in, then we do have scroll because of the stupid labels. And actually, let's complete the scanning view first, and let's give it a QR code right now. Okay, and it was able to detect it here, but the fields didn't show up because they must be hidden. Okay. When an encrypted mnemonic is empty and it being simply typed, then show it. And if the encrypted mnemonic is not empty, that means the QR code has been scanned. Then we gotta show these two. I mean, we don't need to show the encrypted mnemonic at all. Why waste the space there? We simply need to show the decryption key. And then this needs to move out of this div 193, this div. But before that, let's see. If it's being typed in, this will be used. Okay, let's move this out first. Dev if something something. And then over here, I want to say scanning is true, but not until it has actually scanned. So scanned QR. Or you can simply only show this when scanned QR is true. and encrypted mnemonic is not empty, then show this, which it won't be unless the QR code is a fucked up thing on its own. Okay, this gets shown here, but at this point the video is gone, the camera is turned off, but the video element still exists. So we need to destroy this from the DOM. So what can we do? This is the scan event listener. Okay, over here it's trying to set the width attributes and whatnot. Native JavaScript, remove element from DOM. Just remove. Okay, sweet. So this simply becomes remove. Let's give that another try. Scanning option, scan, no scrolling required at this point. Show the QR code into the camera. And then the videos are obviously gone, which is good. And at this point, don't even need these buttons. You only need this when you're actually trying to scan it but haven't scanned it, or you're trying to type it in. So when actually the scan QR is true, these can go away as well. Okay, at this point, if I press on this, okay, the video tag doesn't gets created. Okay, that might be an issue, but if you just successfully scanned a QR code, why would you need that? So as long as we can scan a QR code and detect that it's a QR code meant for this application and not a random QR code, they should be fine. But I'll just treat this as an edge case for now and not even worry about it and keep on going forward. Okay, so we were adding the option to remove this here if scanned QR is false, which by default it will be. So it will show up like this. You click on this, the camera feed is turned on, you show the QR code, all of that is gone away. Good. Now we have enough space to show the decryption key that the user needs to enter and the passphrase. Where is that? So this needs to be duplicated, I guess, here. So if scan QR is true, show these two fields, decrypt the encrypted QR and use the passphrase to unlock the wallet. And if you're doing it by typing it, in which case encrypted mnemonic should be empty. This kind of becomes redundant, so I can remove it here. Show mnemonic, and yeah, I'll just move this out. So if you're typing it, show mnemonic, show passphrase, and show these button. This button is required over here actually. So copy this, put it in here, close the button tag. The v if can go away because we have the condition at this point now. Okay, that should be it. Let's see. Scan. Yep, decryption key is shown here. The wallet gets unlocked. That's good. Let's fix how it looks. And it's great that you can hold the QR code at an angle, like a rotated clockwise or anti-clockwise at any angle, and it will still read it. Let me try showing the QR code upside down this time, and it still reads it just fine. Cool. Okay, at this point we can afford to have some margin on the top, which is here. Which is this field, right? No, this field. So let's set a class here that can simply be margin top 10. Yep, that looks a little too much actually. Margin top 5, and that looks good. Nothing else is required really. I can actually get rid of this red background and simply rely on this to see what are the boundaries of the main container. BG red 400 over here. Do want to use off-white rather than just a white screen. Tailwind CSS off-white. Off-white? Okay, I don't know. Maybe a BG gray 100 instead of a bright white screen. BG gray 100. Let's see how that looks. That looks okay, but I guess then I'll have to worry about this. So instead of specifying the class at this point, makes sense to specify that here. Okay, that doesn't do it. Gonna specify that on the body then. Okay, can't really say that I'm a fan of this off-white color. I need a custom color here. I think I'll just go with white for now and worry about. See this, whatever white this is here, I want this. What is this color? It's actually white. Really? It doesn't look like that bright. I guess we're going with white. What does they have here? Okay, I guess post MVP stuff that we can worry about later on. Let's continue the momentum here and keep going. So we already generate the first boot up screen that we see here. And I think if I just simply specify the margin auto here, that will make this one work as well. Yep, let's do that real quick. Auto, and for this one, will this work? Nope. Yep, this does. So simply copy them here, give it a reload, and voila, looks much nice. The text can also be centered here, so Hmm, what's controlling the width here? 64. How about we do 32? Okay, can't do 32, so 64 it is. Unless you wanna go custom, don't really care. I do wanna center everything here. So what if I do content center? Okay, no, that's for flex, I think. Text center. Why can't I simply click in here? Yes, text center does it. Okay, so this is our main boot up screen. You click on generate, you get here, you choose the word list, you click on generate, you see this, no scrollable. No, you don't need to scroll at this point. Good. Keep on going through confirming things. Okay, let's reload Vue.js here. Okay. And flip the confirm tag. Then we get to this screen. This can be a little bit more centered. Not going to take a lot of time here. Simply just give that a simple attempt, and if that works, then that's good. Let's do the 16 and be okay with it for now. So that's this. You choose a passphrase, you proceed, and the dashboard gets open up. It's cool. Starting the flow again, you click on import, you click on scan, the camera opens up for you, you show the QR code, and where did the top margin go? Looks like we didn't save it. Okay, let's do that. Decryption key, class, margin top 5. Okay, that looks good. Put in the description key, passphrase is empty in this example, so that opens the dashboard, which is good. Now let's go to the scan option again and instead click on the type in. Okay, let's improve this now. The buttons still need to be there, but let's see if we can make this all show up without the actual without the scrolling aspect of it. If I click on this directly, that's exactly the same thing. Okay, so once we are done with this view, it will do the both of the user flows if they come into this type in option directly or if they come in after clicking scan QR. So what can we do in this case? We definitely need a top margin of some kind. Let's give that a 5. And then if these 3 buttons can be in a single row, that would be good, but I don't know. I mean, the mnemonic, I suppose, if it's just being typed in, you don't need a text area, and input field is sufficient. Let's do that. And since we are short on a real estate, the shortest screen that we're trying to support is 480 by 320, which is essentially the screen I showed on in one of the earlier streams. So let's see, where's the mnemonic here? Text area. Let's convert this into input. It's been so much time that I've still not gotten used to this keyboard. Maybe it's the fast gaming switch keys that I have that are not best for typing. I type so well on my MacBook Pro. Okay, input type text. We model binded with it. Some classes. Most probably we'll have to change the classes. Maybe not. input field. Let's reload. Import option here, type in, the margin didn't get applied. What the hell? Okay, that got applied here, not over there. So whatever margin that we have here is what we need. Okay, that was added to the video element actually. So should add that here. Let's do that. Padding top 5 and the video tag y simply becomes bottom. Okay, the heading, where is it? Over here, yeah. Okay. So padding top, since 5 is being provided, simply go away. Like 5 is more than sufficient. Yeah, looks good. With the video as well, the margin is good, and with this option, the margin is good as well. That's cool. One thing that I noticed is when I click on the scan option and I clicked on the type in option, the scanner instance is still on, and I can see the light still turned on my webcam. So it turns the camera on, it doesn't turn it off. So it should do that. So we can simply call this.scanner.stop, and that should do it. Let's try. Scan, the camera turned on. Gonna click on type in. The camera gets turned off. Nice, that's what I wanted. This is still okay. It's an input field now, except that the height is being applied to it. It's here. Height 32. Please go away. Don't really need padding 3. Okay, I'll go with padding 1 maybe. Okay, so what happens if this isn't defined? We need to add a condition. If this starts scanner. Okay, this is in Go language, this is JavaScript, so I need to specify parenthesis here. Reload. Type in, no error, good. And it's too curvy in terms of how it looks, but otherwise it's fine. I keep losing this field. Okay, it's here. So I'm gonna move this to the right. P2, and where is the rounded class? Okay, simply let's go with rounded and not rounded large. Okay, that's better. Maybe. How many rounding options do we have anyway? Rounded MD. It's so ridiculous that I have to do these things. Okay. Don't see the difference actually. Let's change the passphrase one as well. Padding 2 and rounded normal, and then I'll be able to compare as well. Looks exactly the same to me. Okay, also I want to turn this into type text and not password. Do I? I mean, at the generation point, I had a reason, but at this point, when this is something that they will be doing a lot, and if they simply choose the wrong passphrase, they get different, like a valid different account gets unlocked for them. There is no wrong passphrase here, so don't want them making a mistake of any kind when they initially set up the wallet using the right passphrase. But when they, let's say they want to add a new account, so they boot up the vault app to export the extended pub key, and when they're trying to unlock their wallet in this sense that they're booting it up, then if they happen to specify the wrong passphrase, then again that particular account will be created in a different wallet altogether, different HD wallet altogether, and they might not even realize it. And since this does not remember anything about your wallet or what it was used in the last instance or in the last boot up, it has no way of letting you know either. So what can we do here? I think then it's better if we simply show that here so that they know what they're typing and trust the user to not mess up. Not ideal, but you know. Okay, at this point, do I have a little scroll? Did I decide on this rounded medium or rounded regular? Okay. This is rounded, and this one is rounded as well. What happened here? Okay, any difference? I know rounded is fine. Where is rounded? Okay, rounded both. That's fine. Let's proceed. Now we have to control the spacing here. There's a lot of extra spacing, and let's see if we can get rid of that in order to show this below. And what if we can simply show the labels inside of the fields as well? Like it's simply written here, and then the user type on this side. So that gives that removes two entire line from this page. And if we even get rid of one line, we are on a screen where we don't need to scroll at all. So perhaps they type in the mnemonic here, then I guess a placeholder can be specified instead of label in this case. Let's try that real quick. Yep, that was an easy solution. And then maybe mnemonic, like if I get rid of this mnemonic label as well here, it looks okay when the UI loads by default, right? But when you fill it out, abandon, cat, water, park, center, then you these filled out, and then you fill in your passphrase, right? It kind of looks you're lost here. Does Tailwind offer anything in this regard? I can do it like this. using placeholder here, right? Yep. Custom select and nothing else. I guess I can do this and live with that. Then what's our margin on the left and right side of things? 20 pixel being wasted from a screen that's 480 wide. So that's like 4% of the screen is being wasted. Not a lot, but still. Let's try this and see how it looks. Okay, they are using flex here, and using a lot of div classes here. So I guess I'll just copy it. I hope this does not affect at all because it's simply specifying the widths, right? Now here we say mnemonic being the label. Let's change the for attribute here to mnemonic indeed, and then this one becomes passphrase. Text passphrase here. Let's comment this out for a second. Oh, I have to bind the V models here. What? They look exactly like what I had earlier. Did I copy the wrong example here? Nope. Okay, that's funny. I'm gonna go get some water. Back, all right. So Okay, what happened here? Let's see. I mean, over here I see that the label portion of it is given 1/3 of the width and the rest is given 2/3. So, okay, maybe, okay, this, they're using this MD. So you're using different rules on different screen sizes, which is why this got messed up. Yeah, exactly. So this MD rule is triggering it to collapse and from here to on the top, because they're simply optimized to adjust with the narrowing width, and I'm trying to optimize for not having a scroll bar at all. So I think if I simply get rid of all the MB rules, it will be fine. Really? Don't think so, but I'm gonna try. Because then there are no rules left here at all. There's no way this is gonna work. Don't believe for a second. See? So revert, revert, revert. Oh, okay. I see what I did wrong here. I simply need to remove the MD colon here and not everything, so that these rules get applied without the MD condition, and this time it will work. Okay, kind of. I must have missed out something. Let's see. I can obviously adjust these widths to be utilizing the space a little better, but why does this mnemonic one doesn't? Okay, this one has flex item center and everything. This one doesn't, so we'll copy these over and that will make it work. Yeah, show me. Cool. Now I just need to reduce the padding on the x-axis and change this width to be, right now it is 1/3, 2/3, so I want kind of 1/4, I think. Let's try 1/4. So this becomes 3 or 3/4. Let's see how that looks. It looks okay. Do we have more room to squeeze anything in? I don't think so. Yeah, mnemonic does have some space, but mnemonic, the passphrase label doesn't. And now we can afford to have some margin top here as well. Okay, wrong place. And to add here, margin top 10, and this can be, this button can have some margin top as well. So margin top 10, and press this button. Any margin top defined here? Nope, nope, nope. Okay, margin top 5. Yeah, looks much better, I think. And the unlock wallet can be, okay, that doesn't work this time, right? Um, why though? because this is in block. Yep, that's why. But this does not look nice at all. I think. Okay, so now this is touching the screen, bottom screen. Gotta turn off the camera from OBS, reload this, scan QR code, and don't want it touching the bottom because that might make it hard to tap on the screen. So how much bottom padding we have? 5. Not a lot. I think this, I don't know what caused it to be that way. I think it was functional before that. Okay, extra space on the top here as well. What did we do? Okay, decryption key, margin top, don't need you, buddy. And this looks solid as it is. Perhaps I mean, kind of sucks because I'm trying to optimize for the screen that can afford to have this label over here and not on the left side of the input field, which I have on the other screen that I just worked on. So kind of makes the UI a little bit inconsistent. But this looks much nicer, I would say. So at this point, if I specify decryption key wrong, it's able to tell me. Not for the passphrase. What? Must have done mistake. Okay, which QR code did I scan again? Okay, did I not okay, I didn't save this file, that's why. Okay, this is what? I'm pretty sure I'm specifying, oh, caps lock. Something to watch out for. Goes to the dashboard as expected. Let's go back to fixing this margin here at the bottom. What went wrong here is, I guess then again we'll have to rely on reducing the width from the top. I guess, yeah, that's but then how would I, okay, then I guess if I have to remove this from here, then I have to supplement this by adding it where? Here? I don't know. Let's remove it and see. Now it's totally touching it, which I'm fine with. Don't really need to worry about that, as long as, because there's no interaction that's going to happen. But then at this point I do need some spacing from the top, which is being controlled from where? This div, or this div, or this div. So one div, second div, third div, right. Since this has it here, need this here as well. Empty 10. Okay, this one needs space as well. Well, if I have it in the both places here, why not just move it from here to this point? That should fix. Oh, it should have fixed this one. It did not. Why is that? Where's the heading? Isn't this the heading? Okay, and I added it here, so let's move that one level up as well, and this becomes empty. Should be fixed now. Okay, a little too much. This one has no top padding, but what? Okay, is this just a 10 padding that's looking a lot? Oh, wow. 10 is actually looking like a lot then. Change it to 5, reload. Clearing my classes here. Classes suck really. It's so much better than not relying on anything to be able to view just sharply. I mean, it's not too bad of a situation. I can still see, read and write codes, but as I just took the glasses off, I'm feeling a little strain in my eyes. Sometimes I wake up, start working, and realize half an hour later that I've forgotten to wear my glasses. Okay, import screen here. Let's give it a little left margin as well while we are at it. Okay, import scan. Video field turns on, and now it has. What the hell? Okay, I'm the one who did this in order to. That's my fault actually. So can't really get away from being able to scan it twice here and here. I shot myself in the foot. Okay, now we'll need to do this one as well. Okay, scan option, these look good. That will touch the top, doesn't care. This looks alright. Right, so let's reload. Then go to the typing option, and obviously you're stuck at the top. This is here, right? Okay, perhaps I can add this here. I'm gonna try again and see if I shoot myself in the foot again or not. Okay, import is fine. Oh no, this isn't fine. Undo, undo. Have it here both now, right? Save it. Import. This is fine. This is fine. Type in. This isn't fine. Okay. Is it because when these two options are showing up here, they don't have any top margin whatsoever, and all the spacing is provided by the heading, right? So instead of this MB10, I'll reduce this to MB5, and then the rest of the 5. I mean, when I have it everything, might as well just give it M5, so that margin 5 from all sides. Doesn't really matter because the heading isn't big, that we'll worry what happens on the right side. And then from these two fields, which are these two buttons, so will be at the bottom, not at the bottom, where, okay, here, right? Nope, here, right. I can give them empty 5 and that should do it. Okay, now did this get closer to it if I specified the margins on both front? Seriously, I don't know why this happens. S2 is already a block element, right? So this doesn't matter. The 5 width it provides, the margin it provides, touches the edge of the buttons, and even this one kind of, the margin provided by this MT5 kind of overlaps that. I don't know why this happens in CSS. I just don't have that kind of understanding for CSS because I'm primarily a backend developer. But whatever floats the boat, we'll figure it out by hammering our head on it and get away with it. Anyway, let's worry about this in a second. Oh no. Okay, don't want this. Uh, this sucks. I gave it a margin top here and that caused it to push down below, which isn't what I want. Come on, reload. Hey, be nice, okay? I just removed the row. What? Okay, I removed it from the wrong place. Should have been removed from here. Okay, now, what the hell? Okay, I think I removed it from the wrong position again. It should have been this one. Jesus. Click, click, click. Done. Okay, now how do I add this here without screwing it up? And this one actually, does it even require this different layout here? What if my mouse is acting funny and simply come and brings this back? Mm, labels outside. Where's the other field? Okay, I actually remove the label for it. Great. Okay, I guess if I tweak the margins here, I will be able to make this work without scroll at all. So one scan, once type in. Okay, the scanner instance isn't destroyed every single time. My camera is still turned on. If I click on this, it's not destroying the scanner instance. My camera is still turned on. I thought I fixed it. What is going on? Stopping scanner. Oh, we don't want to stop scanner. We wanna do what? Okay, I'm a little lost here. We didn't do anything about the video tag, right? it gets added and it gets removed, right? Scan and stop, video remove. Mm, over here I did add the scanner object is available to this. Click on scan, click on try. Yeah, it says stopping scanner, but it doesn't do shit because the scanner didn't get started. So set timeout after a second. That should do it. Sorry, what? That didn't work. 2 seconds maybe. Mm, it's still firing before that. How? Okay, you know what? I need to show this console message when this actually fires. It's functional now. So I think 2.5 seconds is enough. Yep, it's working every single time. Okay, it did not work this time. Reload, click on this, click on this. Camera turns on. And what? Mm, okay, that's interesting. Okay, so you still have the C message here. Can get rid of this. Okay, at this point, fire off camera fires. Okay, that is only for showing it, so I don't really need that. But I clicked on type in. That's where this screen is shown, but it does not. It did not fire. Flip the switches. Typing is true, scanning is false. This dot scanner is object. So these messages, like this didn't fire for some reason. Looks like that. Scan, type in. Okay, worked this time. I don't know what happened then. Okay, functional. I don't know. Okay. Do, 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 do. Anyway, moving on. What were we working on? Scan shows up right. The screen looks fine. Then goes to type in screen. Okay, this is what we were working on. For the unlock wallet button, we can get rid of margin top that we have somewhere here. This. So how does that make it look? Okay, just a tiny bit of scrolling left. It will still need the labels to have a little less margin. So this MY5 can simply be MB5, and doing it twice should do it. Like, gives us some room. The scroll is gone, and then we can see if we can make those buttons not touch the sky, which we do have the space here. So now it just becomes a question of having that top margin over there on the buttons, which is coming from this position, but it needs to only add it when the video isn't shown. So I have this when scanning is true and scan QR is false. So both of them can be false, right? When we are typing in which case this will show up here. Or perhaps it's easier if I just duplicate the buttons and specify it that way. No? Like, do I have it in a complicated way as of now? I have the heading here, which is shown conditionally. That's fine. Then I have this div here, which houses everything, and inside of which I have the video element conditionally, then the buttons conditionally, then conditionally another div which handles the after post scanning options, and then div which handles the typing mode that's chosen. So it's not, I wouldn't say it's complicated at all, but since we need to add a little margin on the top for typing is equal to true, which isn't here. I mean, I can add another another div here with this v if typing true condition with this option, and that should do it. But is that an alright thing to do, as in just have a lot of conditions in here? Okay, don't really want to house it though, because I simply want to add this extra margin here for this div if typing is true and not anything else. So reload. Seriously? Oh well. I guess this gives a margin top, but should be able to do the job. Okay, the height is 0 because it has no content. Now, if I specify non-breaking space here, that would be quite a hacky of a solution. Don't want to do that. Let's see. How can we simplify this? Scanning is true, scan QR is false. This line solely exists because once the scanning has happened, um, then we don't need to show these fields at all, because we're not gonna be switching to the different mode of importing the mnemonic at this point, because we have scanned the keyword successfully. So I think if I do it like this, and how do I use v else if? Is there even such a thing? V if v else. So v if v else. Okay. I guess I can do this, but that kinds of let's try doing it and see what happens. I mean, first of all, let's just simply try doing this. Instead of replicating this, I would choose just having to use NBSP, I guess. Okay, that didn't work at all. So what now? Hmm. The funny thing is, if I specify it here, then this mines. I think the only way to control classes based on the condition is specifying it like this, or is there any other way? Another option for conditionally displaying an element is the vshow directive. The usage is largely the same. Vshow is equal to OK, and this is true. Vshow will always be rendered and remain in the DOM. Vshow only toggles display. Oh, I wish I knew that before. This video workaround thing or whatever I ended up doing for it would not have been required. But I guess it's done now. I don't know. Do I care to change it at this point? Not without committing it and then going on the run to do it. Hmm. Okay, that's primarily the example of what happens when you don't read the manual first. Okay, what can I do here? Need an extra margin here for these buttons. I mean, I can use padding. That will do it. That should do it. Okay, that didn't do it. Front end is funny. What do I do here? Do I if on template? I mean, does it simplify if I switch to vshow at this point? Because the issue that I'm facing right now is when I show it like this does not. This is the only div and this is an extra div. What? Okay, the video isn't here right now. But let's try this. Commit the state as is. I know how I'm committing. Don't let's not talk about it for now, because I'm going to squash everything before I release the 0.1 version of it. And once it's public, once it's available for people to fetch, and then I'll make mindful atomic commits. But before that, who really cares? Okay, so now it's done. Let's start making some changes. And if we kind of end up in a position where we regret having to do all of this, then we'll simply check out to the last known state. So v show scanning, this is this, and v if, okay, in this case it's fine to just gets destroyed and everything. So how does that help us? What am I even thinking? In this case, okay, camera is in use with OBS, that's why it didn't work, but these buttons look alright. But essentially we had the same problem and that didn't do anything for us other than the fact that it might have ruined the functionality that we already have and have tested to be functional. I mean, it looks alright to me. Doesn't look like it broke anything. I mean, at what point do I... At what point do I destroy the video is probably where I'll end up with something. So I end up doing that on the scan event, after which we don't need anything. We are pretty set. But before than that, I don't know. I'm just gonna keep using vshow as is unless I see something is broken now. I'm not gonna worry about it. And I'll simply worry about getting the right margin here, because that's kind of ruining my vibe at this point. Let's see. Let's see what we can do about it. This didn't work, obviously. Right. Vue.js extra class on the basis of condition. Okay, so they're gonna show how to add this active class. V bind class. Oh my god, this is what I need. Okay, that happens after the... I hope I don't have to specify all the classes in here and just separately. What? V bind class. Why is this curly brace over here? So are we passing it an object? Page item true. Okay, so we're passing it an object that when these conditions are met, so that page item variable is true and active is true as well. Okay, okay. What do we need? We need v bind class, but I want to show a particular class when something is right. So how does this help me? Page in total pages, v bind class, page item is true and active is true. What? Just show me the final example. Here it says nothing about the class, just the variables. And then the class names show up in the array notation. I don't know how the other method of this object syntax even works. Screw that. I'll use this. V bind class is equal to then array. Do I need an array? Can't I simply, I mean, like, do I need a variable here? I think I'm gonna try MT5 is what I want. Let's specify single quotes for it. If the condition that I'm trying to go with is what was it? Typing. Typing is true. Does that work? Most likely not. That indeed works. What the hell? Okay, as long as it works, I'm fine with it. So this gets MT5 added here, and okay, it gets added in this case as well. So what's even the fucking point? Pretty sure at this point typing is false. So shouldn't this remove this class at this point? What's even the point of doing it this way? Oh man, let's look at another example. We bind class. To refresh your memory, to bind a variable to a prop class style, we use this syntax. Okay, so this binds the variable this to this class. Right. Now we shorten this syntax by using this colon class. Okay. Guard expression is this is a cool trick using the logical that allows us to conditionally apply a class, which is colon class use theme and this. Okay. Gonna use the shorten notation as well, colon class, and just in the double quotes specify the variable first. If it's typing, then MD5. Pretty sure that needs to be in a single quote. Will this work? I don't know. And it brought in more errors. Oh my god. Okay. Don't need the array notation or any traces of it. Okay. Okay. It works. Sweet. So right now it has it's only flex row, but when I go to type in, MT5 gets added, and if I go back, this gets removed. Sweet. I like it. What else? What else? In the import view, the scanning option is almost done. I mean, like it's already done. Let's quickly test it out, and then we can proceed. So scanning, scanned. This is done. Gonna type in this. This gets unlocked. Okay, the server isn't running. Click on this. It gets unlocked. Sweet. Going back, import. Instead of scanning, I use type in. You type in the mnemonic. Do we have a mnemonic lying around here? Let's use this one. Paste this in. Passphrase can be anything. Unlock wallet. That works. Now let's try going to the typing first, then going to the scan QR option first. Since the camera fires up, and if I show the QR code, it detects. That works. Reload. If I click on scan, go to the type in option, then fill in mnemonic and specify passphrase, and that works. So that wraps up the UI part of the import functionality. Yay, little win. Okay. Okay. So up till this flow, like we need this screen right now. Upon the unlock state, we simply go to the manage account screen. So this is something that we'll need to add, but this is added as well, except we didn't add this. We didn't add any second screen, and I'm a little more complicated than this one because essentially we give the option of this. Then when we click on actual scan option, we don't really have a means of. Perhaps I can add some sweet icons here. That's pretty much it. Like these here. Camera didn't get destroyed here. Okay, look at this error count go. It's not me, it's you, stupid. Hmm, let's see. I think when it doesn't work, what happens is the scanner isn't set. So instead of checking for scanner before firing this, how about just fire it and check for inside of this? That will be a better check. Like we have nothing to lose by doing that and only to gain. So gotta do that. And it didn't work. Okay, okay. Let's define the QR code. Like what? Not QR code. Okay. Let's see. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Okay. The import UI's work. It's just a matter of being picky about this type in button not destroying the scanner instance at this point. I don't wanna leave the camera on like that. So what's happening here? Let's put in here console.log scanning. Sorry, stopping scanner. Then shoot. Okay, main.js unexpected token. Really? Okay, yeah. Scanning, type in, wait for it, stopping scanner, and shoot didn't fire. So that's why. So at this point, when I clicked it, the scanner was already undefined. It's an object, so why? Why would this not work? Oh, needs to be dollar this. Jesus, it will work now. Scan, type in. and the camera gets turned off. Sweet. Click it, let it load, and then click it. Then stopping, shoot, camera turned off. Let's give it another go. Quick one. Tick tick. Then creating, starting scanner, stopping scanner, shoot. Done. This is sorted now. But what we want to do is only show these messages when the debug flag is used. Because in production there is no way of checking the scanner console, the browser console or whatever, so it doesn't really matter. Apart from that, do I have any console.log calls that I want to be there? What else? Console.error, that should happen irrespective of the variable. Console.log response, unlock wallet, don't even need this. That can happen on its free will. Don't need it again. Generate encrypted mnemonic. I mean, I guess I can keep it and just add the flags everywhere, but for the ones that I only needed while I was making changes in the data format and structure of it, then it only made sense to have it at those point. Okay, so let's start with the first instance. Don't need there, don't need there, don't need there, don't need there, don't need, already have it here, already have it here. What is, this is so messed up. Why is it going in the opposite way? Okay, 1 2 3, no need, have it, have it, have it, have it, have it, don't need it here, have it, have it, don't need it here, don't need it here, don't need it here. Okay, cool, that's done. Let's quickly check whether it also works. Right now it shows these messages, and then it's okay. Let's turn this, and also let's just call it shot scanner, so that scanner is dead. Reload it. Now there should be no error message, console messages. Yep, there isn't any, and the world is perfect again. Cool. Turning back the camera on OBS. Okay, cool. Okay, can close all of these tags now. So the import UI is done. Now what's remaining is we need to design, we need to do this screen and the remaining screens on the right. So this is essentially the dashboard view, and this, what we have in the dashboard right now, is the accounts view that we will have over here. So import wallet, I mean, like, it's gonna suck that I'll have to do this each and every single time when I'll be working on those screens, because when I reload the dashboard, it has the account. What? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I won't really have to, because The client side doesn't require holding the mnemonic, it just communicates with the backend. And as long as the backend has the mnemonic and the wallet is unlocked over there, these requests will go through. If I happen to restart the server at this point, these mnemonics will not reside in the backend and then these calls will fail. So essentially, this dashboard view that we have is the dashboard. No, I mean, like, the content of this view is the what do I say? How do I say it? Is the account screen, but dashboard is what I want to call it. So let's make some changes. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Dashboard. The dashboard template is here. Essentially, we offer three options here, and this gets moved over to the accounts template. Okay, let's duplicate this. Call it accounts. Don't need this. Okay, I have these divs here because I want to show the QR on the right, so these can stay. This will get out of here, and we simply show three buttons here. Okay. Collapse the generate one. Collapse the header, footer, init. Let's use this. I also have to fix the indentation fuck up that the Visual Studio is causing me right now. I'll have to do that before I put up the code. Should add that as a to-do. Fix file indentations on the both side. This list is getting long slowly and slowly. And I have like 5 days for my personal target. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll try to finish it by 20th, so that by the end of 20th I have it all put up on GitHub, and then I can think of how to get my message across to the community. Okay, dashboard over here. Okay, that's just great. Copy this again, paste it here, and show dashboard here. No variables required. Okay, I kind of did that in the accounts and not in the dashboard. So let's do that here as well. Okay. Don't want this. kind of with the same look here, so let's go with that from the generate template. Generate init template. Let's copy this over and then worry about everything else. Right. So let's see. What were we attempting to do here? I think I deleted some things, lines. Okay, copy this and paste it over here. Right, and refresh this. I get this, and then I simply want 3 buttons here. Let's duplicate these. What other buttons do I want? Manage accounts, sign transaction, and export encrypted QR. So this is essentially a router link here. Manage accounts, sign transaction, exported encrypted QR. Okay. Okay, using M model didn't work this time. Which okay, because they were not block elements, that's why. But I do need them to be in line block, so that ruins it entirely. I think if we split them out like this at this point, that doesn't do it. So what do we do with it? Button click. Don't know what to go. Like, let's not worry about the method right now and focus on how to get this looking right. So how does it look right on the... Okay, I show them stacked on top of each other, and in this case I want them like this. So for this, what did I do earlier? Okay, I used flex. Okay, I guess so we'll use flex here. Flex row, and that should do it. Yeah, that's more like it. And let's fix, like, the scrolling is still there, so let's worry about the bottom margin here. Need it to be just 5. Does that do it? Yes, that does it. So definitely want some sweet icons here. So hero icons .dev and QR copy. Jesus. Right. Here's class width 4, inline, and then the vertical alignment 157. Align middle. Okay, that looks good. Mm, Manage accounts. So, think of account. No, this is a really small icon set. Hmm, let's see what we can use for account. With this can definitely replace my picture that I have over there right now. Let's see. This can be a good icon for it, I guess. Or this can be a good icon. Okay, what's this called? Emmet abbreviation. Okay. With 4 inline, line middle, and for here, what do I use? Span element with a class of align middle. You know, that doesn't work exactly as I thought it would, but yeah. Manage accounts. This looks okay. Signing. Let's see. Clipboard check can be an option. Hmm. Key can also be a good option. I think key is much better than anything else because that indicates keys will be used. Okay, let's add it here. Voila, that is done. Okay, so now what happens when I click on this? Nothing. I don't think I even built the backend handler for this one. Then how did I generate the QR that I have? Hmm. Generate encrypted mnemonic. Okay, do have the handler for it. It generates, encrypts, puts the QR over there, and do. Right. Hmm. I'll have to change the location for this as well. I guess that will happen when I'll do the packaging, because either it will not work, most likely it will not work, and if it works, doesn't really matter because the OS, the custom Linux OS that runs on the Raspberry Pi, the cold vault, will not save it anywhere except in memory. So we'll only worry about this when this doesn't work, when this vault application is actually running on the actual hardware device that the Raspberry Pi it is. We'll worry about that. For now, let's simply get this going. I click on it, nothing happens. Why is that? This is the dashboard template, right? So dashboard, here we are. We okay, I actually defined a different component for it altogether, which is export. Mm, okay, okay, makes sense. So this is essentially a different component, so a different routing link. Sign transaction is also a routing link, and manage accounts is also a different routing link. Okay, right now none of these works because it's trying to fire a JavaScript function only, which is this. Sign transaction probably does nothing, it's an empty function. Yeah, that's it. So these functions will be moved to the account component, and then I'll first have to see how do I have the routing link in there, right? So let's copy that from the header template we have. Okay, it looks like this, and coming back to, it should say export, not exported. And if I have it as router link to accounts, hmm, this becomes an anchor, right? So this is supposed to replace that, right? Router link, and this is how it ends. This gets this gets gone. Okay, okay, that was simple. So we'll simply change all of these buttons to router link. Then instead of click here, we simply say the path where it will go. For the, let's call it just sign, and this one will be export. Uh, that should be it. Okay, wait a second. Why did this blow up like that? I want to specify width to be half of it. I don't want the scroll though. So 2 by 3. And now it's not centered, obviously. So we use text center. Okay, there you go. Okay. Does this even need to be in a div here? Don't think so. Right, okay. Hmm. Okay, so let's like functionality design transaction isn't there yet, so these are the only two that we can actually work on. And since do have the flow of export already there, let's work on the export one first. So when you click on it, we get to the export screen, which is this one. So let's copy over these styles. Then okay, that's a little long message that we need to shorten it up. Let's see. Encrypt your mnemonic phrase, then encryption key, which is what you will need to specify when importing the wallet using encrypted QR. Okay, that did not do much. I don't know how obvious it's going to be for people to understand that decrypt is the opposite of encrypt, but I expect people to read the manual before trying to use something like this. Otherwise, they are being outright irresponsible. Reduced margin bottom to 5, and we still have scroll because this button has this margin bottom here. It removed it, and it should be. It still has scroll. Oh my god. Hmm. So let's see. It only has simply one function now, the encryption key and the QR. But once it has a QR, the only matter is to show it, which is this screen, and a done button to go back to the dashboard. So we can rely on that QR to DVF. Oops. VF is QR, then show all of these things. Like if QR is equal to false, that is. And once you have it, like I don't think I've used VElse till now, so VIF else. Okay, yeah, that should do it. Let's move these down, and it simply needs to have a button like this which says go back to the dashboard. So I'll copy it from here. It should simply say done, no icon required here, mg auto, no width, maybe width, don't know. Don't think that will work as of now because it's restarted the server, so we'll have to do it again. Let's go through that process, import, scan, or even without requiring it to scan, what I can do is go to this and specify the mnemonic here manually. That's what I'm gonna do now. Otherwise, I'll have to go through an extra steps as well. So this mnemonic is set, right? Passphrase is empty, unlock wallet, we get the wallet. Then export encrypted QR. Okay. This generate supposedly worked. What happened here? Okay. Now we can keep on reloading this. Mm, 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 mm. What if keyword is false? But it isn't boolean, it is simply a matter of being empty. So let's fix that. I think that's what screwed it up. So we have this, we choose the encryption key. For example, I type in hash fame here, export, we get this QR code. Okay. Now, why is it showing up like this? Okay, if I remove the width, it feels like it's being clipped, but I don't think it is. What's happening here is the width is kind of ruining it. Let's see. Just let me edit, god damn it. Why can't I just click double tap on it? Auto, okay, that's better. This image tag has an empty 10. Why do you need that, bro? Why'd you need it? You don't. Maybe you will do better with them auto. That's it. Hmm. One thing that can be done at this point is get rid of py at this screen. Class variable would be qr and py6. If qr is true, then do this. If qr is god damn it, will this work? I have no idea. Let's see. Okay, I think it's removing that in the both of the cases, px5 as it is and px5 at this point. Okay, works now, I guess. Yep, works now. Okay, so it's a 256 by 256 image and it gets to load up just fine. Like, if it needed more space, it will push the button below, but still since it's not doing that, it's loaded up completely, which is what we want. So this looks good. That was pretty fast, don't you think? Okay, the done doesn't work. Why is that? Okay, it needs to take us to the dashboard for once. Export, show it, click it, done. Back to here, export. Choose something, export. Yep, sweet, that's done as well. We are making progress. Okay, now we'll have to do the manage accounts screen. Before which I'll go take a pee break. Be right back in a second. Back, it's so funny to see how the CPU usage is just around 1% even when you're streaming, because I use my GPU as the encoder, and that kind of takes care of everything. So right now, it's about 10% of the encoding capability is being used, which is nothing. Things would be different if I was doing this, like I was trying to stream a game, but you know. Mm, mm, mm. One second. Okay, where were we? Let's continue. Okay, so we got to the accounts. Accounts we finally. Even this one is done. Just need to really quick check whether the encryption key was input type text or something else. Mm, sport, sport. Oh no, want to change that to text here, because the regular the demand for the input type password only comes in when you don't want someone who is able to look at your screen to figure out what your password is. But at the same time, you do okay. The situation is different on a phone because when you type on the keyboard, it kinda shows you the character you typed, so as to provide a visual confirmation of what you just typed. So if you accidentally type something else, you can, you have a chance to catch that in that visual representation for a split second. In this case, hmm, I'm not sure if doing it type password provides any security. I think what happens is when I type it here, I might type it something else and not even realize it, right? For that, people lets you put in it twice, but then would you really want to be using this wallet in presence of someone? I mean, it would be nice that if you can do that, but considering the architecture that we have, you always import the wallet uh, by using the QR code, the encrypted QR code, and then it simply boots up and you are able to create accounts or sign transactions. I guess there can be a way to make it persistent, but then you still need to encrypt it, and upon boot you will still need to decrypt it by providing that encryption key, or which will be used as a decryption key at the point of decryption. So in any case, you're not you cannot simply avoid having to put in the decryption key unless you have a hardware mechanism of that, touch the scanner, and then you can use further values that are stored inside of it. but then those devices puts up, uh, makes the physical theft of the device a real thing, because no matter how hard the security of it is, it can be possibly exploited. You might have safeguards against it. Companies who build hardware wallets do in fact have safeguards against that, but they can still manage to extract it if it's there. But if it's not there, no matter what they are capable of, they cannot extract anything out of it, which is the goal of this project. So you, a normal user, would be able to set up the wallet, export the mnemonic phrase using this encryption key, and you should be using a passphrase. So you will have two things: the encryption key, which will be used for decryption, and the passphrase, which will be used to unlock the wallet, that you have to provide every time you boot up the vault. And that will be only the case when you want to use multiple accounts, or want to create further additional accounts, or you want to when you want to sign a transaction. In such cases, if the device gets stolen in a powered off state, then um, let's see, if it does get stolen in a powered off state, doesn't really matter because it has nothing in it. And if it gets stolen in a powered on state, right, and in an unlock wallet state, yeah, that's unlocked. But considering that it needs power, like, I mean, there is there is that risk window that opens up when you're using this device. You cannot be in a physical threat situation where somebody can hit you in the head and then use the wallet, right? If you have completely unlocked it, that is. I mean, I can't imagine any wallet being able to offer that, because once it's unlocked, it's unlocked. You can prompt for an additional authorization step when signing a transaction, but then that's one more thing to worry about. I guess you can. I can add that too. But once the wallet is unlocked, you make it. Mm, Lots of situations to consider. Even if the encrypted QR code, it can have the passphrase in addition to the mnemonic in it, but that would be a little less secure if somebody managed to break that encryption, which definitely is not going to happen, because if somebody manages to break that encryption, then we have bigger things to worry about in the entire world. So that's not a point of concern as such. You will still have to enter at least the encryption decryption key upon boot, and then you want to be able to. Hmm. I guess you can prompt for the passphrase again when signing transaction, but that kinds of increases friction. Once you have successfully unlocked it, we assume that you have the right access and the authority, like the authorization to conduct the transaction. But still, another sort of QR code can be added, which will prompt for it when signing the data. And once you show it, it signs it, and then it's done. Otherwise, I mean, like, does that really provide any additional security as such, or it's just, something to feel good about, and even if it doesn't provide any security feature at all? So, not gonna worry about that unless I see people mentioning that and they want that and they can prove the merit of that that additional step. Okay, moving on. This. Let's worry with manage accounts. We are on the accounts. We don't have the accounts component defined, I think. So let's see. Oops. Accounts. Make it accounts account component. And have I already defined the account component? I must have. Okay. What I'm calling dashboard here is actually the account, right? Mm, then how does the dashboard gets rendered? Did I make the change in dashboard template? Dashboard template is here, but it works on the accounts. Okay. Something is amiss and I accidentally closed something. Okay, opened it back up. Hmm. Accounts. This is dashboard. So dashboard component is here. And the dashboard is the one defined on the dashboard URL. So dashboard is the one that gets loaded or executed. So this happens on dashboard. Okay, so none of the functionality is being used, but it is defined as dashboard. So we'll obviously duplicate this for the accounts account, and inside of this we don't need any of these things, so we'll get rid of that. No functions, even just a template. No data even. Okay, then the account, and this will continue to load because it's simply using the dashboard template, right? And over here, where is the dashboard template? Let's see. Accounts template, dashboard template. See, you have all this code and then the accounts template. Let's call it accounts, plural actually. But this is the component name, so account, accounts. Accounts, manage accounts, accounts. Yeah, let's call it a plural. Accounts, all these functions go here. Collapse everything. Okay, so notice this to do properly digitize scanner instance. We don't want memory leaking out. I don't know if this will work. Oh no, this only stops the scanner. This does not do anything for the. I mean, there can be two things: one stopping the scanner and then kind of unloading the scanner from the memory, as in the initialization that happens here. So unless instascan offers something, I don't think we can do anything about that. Okay, they have the demo in a docs folder, really? Scanner start, stop, let result, scanner add listener, scanner add listener. Okay, this says nothing about This one was the last update to the project 2 years back. Okay, don't think I'll be able to. I guess we'll look into the code and we'll figure it out. And then we send a pull request to this fellow. Okay, let's continue. We were working with the account screen, right? So let's see what else is left. Accounts, show these accounts, reload. Okay, why did that not work earlier? Okay, it's working. Okay, this is only to show the expert key, which is why. Okay. Okay, now these are added. I click on one. This gets loaded. The QR needs to be on the side here. So what do I do about that? I think what I do is wraps them up in a div class here, and this should show the QR code on the right. Okay, don't want the input text field. I mean, does it even make sense to show the extended pubkey in textual format? I mean, you get the QR code, you can scan it in the wallet, and you're done with that. Or you can use an external third party to verify whether when you're actually verifying how it works. But apart from that, what use case does it really have, if any? What's the response like that we get out of this request? QR code URL and the extended pub key here. So I guess I'll hide it for now and simply worry about showing the QR code like this, like that. Oh ho, let's go. Okay, what's controlling the width here? 64. Get the hell out of here. Where are you? Accounts. Here. Okay, here. Why do I have two leaves here again? Okay, I showed 3 accounts by default, and these is for adding more and more of them. So it gets removed from with 64 here, and the same thing here. Reload. Okay, much better. That gives some good room to the QR code to spread its wing, and it shows up in 100% size, so that's what we want. Now the good thing is, okay, we do have space to show it like this. You click on this, you see the QR code changing. That's good. But when you scroll to, like, let's say you want the 10th account, it's not shown over here. It would be cool to be able to see it right when you click it. So in a way, we need to add a class to the account when it's clicked so that it gets highlighted and we can display what are we showing. And then we want this to be scrollable or this to be sticky. We want that to be sticky. Tailwind sticky. Use sticky. Let's give that a try. Class sticky. I think I'll have to give it position relative as well. Okay, but let's try without it first, and it doesn't work without that. Okay, it stays there. Doesn't really change a thing. Let's see, what are we missing? Use static to position an element according to the normal flow of the document. Any offsets will be ignored and the element will not act as a position reference for absolutely positioned children. So, static to the parent actually, and then absolute to this. Hmm. So by that logic, this gets static. But I want sticky. What's the difference though? Hmm, interesting. And I'll continue working on this, but I first must go and have my dinner and then come back. It will take me about 10 minutes, I guess. So, see you guys in 10 minutes. I don't really have a lunch or a dinner break screen, so tea break it is. I'm back. Mm, okay, so we were trying to make the QR code for the extended pub key as sticky. That's what we were working on. Relative absolute, it stays sticky. Oh, we can actually use absolute as well, as in it will stay floating over there. Relative. Kind of want this behavior. So absolute fixed. Let's say let's see. This is what needs to be absolute. Absolute top 0, right 0, and then fixed to the parent of it. Give it fix here. Let's see what happens now. Okay, I can't even scroll now because apparently this is inside of this as well. But this is what's absolute. This shouldn't do that here. What's going on? What if I give it fixed and nothing here? Okay, yeah, that kind of did what I wanted to do. Just need a selector over here. So if now anyone keeps on adding multiple accounts, they click here and the QR code is always visible on the screen, and we simply have to show the selected list element here. So for that, Vue.js add class to clicked element. Okay, bind class active based on this variable, and we set this variable as, why are we just flipping it? Okay, because this is the guy who's asking the question and he's apparently not doing it right. What we need to be able to do is, we already have this click handler attached to it. Can we attach two? Oh no, this will be only be used for the let's see. Inside of this function, show Bitcoin account, I can add selected account as an index, and by default let's start with -1 so that it doesn't matches with any. And when this is clicked, we do get the I, which is the account index, right? So essentially Okay, I guess simply we do the selected account is equal to I, right? And then base on the class inside of this we can do selected element. I don't know. We actually want to check whether this account index is okay. Interesting problem. If we were simply doing this uh, based on this variable alone, that will do it. But here, right now, we are trying to compare this with this account index. So I'm not really sure how to specify that. I can try doing a comparison like this and see if that works. So if this is true, then then use this class active, right? And then when I when I'm looking at it, I click on this. Well, active isn't added, so what are these errors that are popping up? Selected element is not defined. Selected element is not defined. Oh, selected account. My bad. Reload. Click. Oh, it's actually functional now. So instead of active class, we can simply give it the class that we want, which can be bg yellow 400. Okay, while this works, it's simply not possible to eliminate the scroll on this screen, which I guess it's fine because we have the sufficient space over here to use it as a swiping option. But I'm just thinking if we can do anything else here. I mean, if this is at bottom, then also it will look fine, might even look better. So let's try that real quick. Top right, instead I'll do bottom right. So now it kind of stays together, like that. It leaves enough space for the heading, and it generates the extended pub key. Hmm. That's nice that I can swipe on the entire screen anyway, and that works. Even on the QR code, if I am swiping, it's scrolling. So that's good. But let's get the add account option, the same look that we have for all the CTAs in here, which is this. Let's see. Okay. Looks much better. And then we can also use a shade of indigo over here instead of this active class. Instead, that works. I do want some margin bottom below it. Maybe instead of just a simple add account, how about I add multiple accounts, three accounts every single go? I mean, doesn't really matter. Okay, let's compare the heading. We haven't built the menu option anywhere, which will act as an overlay on the entire UI. So that's one thing. Can we, let's see. Let's leave that alone and open a new tab here. Close all of it. Okay, I'll have to follow up on this. I'm not sure what he means. TSC. Hmm. I do not know. Okay. Let's see. Manage accounts. That's not done yet. Accounts, export. Let's open one more. Where I guess this looks better. And as far as these goes, what can we do for them? How does the rounded view look? Rounded MD and LG. Text center. Font light. How does that look? Okay, that's maybe not what we want, but let's try how they look. Font hairline and font thin. I guess it will depend a lot on the font used as well, because a font can define different font weights differently, and if they're not defined, then they kind of fall back on, like, for these 3 or 4 views it will all be the same because the font is not defining it. So I guess medium is fine, which is one level above normal, so maybe I don't want to do anything. Yes, I guess this is fine. Font normal. I guess if the user tries to re-import the extended pub key on the wallet side of things, I can definitely check that that exists and warn the user that they have already added this under this label that they have specified, and then ask them to create a new account over there, which they will use to do this and do it. I mean, if the user tries to two systems with this, they must know what they're doing. Like they will need to keep a tab of that they have used the 10th account somewhere, and if 1 to 9 accounts are used in Woodpecker wallet, then they try to come back and then try to add the 10th one, then obviously my system will add it, no problem. But you know, that might lead to some confusion later down the road, not realizing what's going on. And don't think any of that is serves a purpose by like any of those situations are improved if I show the extended pub key over here. Nada. So I guess this is good for now. Later down the road, when we have the option of different cryptocurrencies, this Bitcoin itself will become a drop down, I guess, to keep the UI simplified. You tap on it, you get a big list of coins. You scroll to the one you want, tap on it, and then different accounts of that cryptocurrency can be clicked upon and generate the extended pub key for. Okay, cool. So manage account screen is done. Only the sign transaction user flow is remaining, and that's not done yet. But I can do a bit on the UI front, I think. Yes, I think so. At least that way, when I get to the point of doing this, I won't really have to worry about the UI side of things. This is done, this is done, this is done, this is done, this is done. Cool. We're making progress. Love it. Okay. um, so we want to go to the dashboard and then go to the sign transaction and then work on the sign component. Before that, let me commit the progress we have, restart the server. Okay. Okay, one more bit before I can package all of these needs to have a local copy of it, because there won't be any internet on the vault, so where will these files load from? Let's add that as a to-do. Package CDN assets locally. What else? Export. No, sign transaction. So let's look for it. I don't think anything for the sign has been defined as of now. So let's get here, define a new route sign, which will use the sign component, and we'll simply duplicate this component, call it sign, name it sign, remove all the data because we don't know what all it will have here. It will use the sign template, and I'm not sure what methods will be there and what not, except the sign transaction one. So we'll leave that here. Is that still lying around there somewhere? No, not yet. Okay. Let's define the sign template here. sign transaction. Let's see if it loads. Okay, that loads. And now what do we have here? Okay, we have a bunch of errors, probably because of this. That's easily fixable. No need to worry about it. My mouse acts funny sometimes. I think it's the dust that has managed to get into the small spaces in the mouse and causing the issues. So all the errors are gone. Okay, let's see how is it supposed to look like. First of all, we'll need to receive the QR, so that will kind of look like what we have on the import screen. So let's open up that here. Okay, that's already there. PX5. Well, if they have the exact same classes, why the headings are not aligned? PX5. What in the world? How is this possible? Oh, it says M5 for all, so no x-axis. Okay, right. They'll align now. Cool. So let's get the first button up there, which will be scan QR transaction. So where it will say scan QR code, already saved, so it should show up here. Okay, the button needs some alignment. For now, just okay. The QR code needs to be scanned, so in this case there is no other option and the QR code has to be scanned. So we can predefine the video tag here. This case scanning property is not defined, so let's define that. Reload. Okay, it's hidden, but let's use this so that it occupies space. It's not occupying any space. Okay, why am I changing it here? Should be changing it here. Reload. Okay, do have the video tag here, but it's not being displayed. Okay, preview needs to bind the scan QR transaction should start it, right? So let's do that. Let's copy the fire up camera function here and put that here. And in the scan QR fun, we can kind of create that. This is this dot scanning is true, all the things that we were doing above. And then set timeout and fire it. Don't think we need this set timeout here, but let's do it anyway. Or maybe instead of this, let's coil it up directly for now, and when we run into the same thing, then we'll do it. So get element ID by preview, creating scanner and instance. This dot video is tied up to here, continuous screen, and when it's scanning, since there can be multiples, we don't want to stop the scanner. Can't really call it unless we have confirmation, and not remove this until we are done. And the okay, then there will be another function, receive QR data, which will receive data. It will be called in here, this dot receive QR data content. So every time anything is scanned, it happens in here, and it will decode that QR code, which I mean the library will do it for us. So this data will essentially be JSON. Then inside of the JSON, we would be able to know whether are we expecting more QR codes that will be coming, or this is the only single one, because a big transaction can have a lot of data and it will have multiple QR codes. So we need the camera to continuously scan for it, and only when this function receive QR data function marks it that we have got all the QR codes that we were expecting for this particular transaction, then we set the variables, and based on those variables is when the UI will update on its own. Okay, so I guess this all happens in here. This dot scanner and everything needs to be assigned here. Scanning false, scanner can be an empty or null. What did I define above? I define it as empty. Okay, empty it is then. scanner. So cut these out. Do we have more QR codes yet to come? So then we also have to show this simple progress bar here, right? For that, we simply need to know how many total QR codes are there going to be and how many we have imported. Total QR codes count, which will be 0 to begin with, and scanned QR codes count, which will be 0 to begin with. What else? So as we receive JSON here, we will look inside of JSON. If JSON dot total, I mean the very first call of this function will not know how many total QR codes are there going to be. So it will look like total QR codes is 0, which will only happen then when we don't know how many are we expecting. So we will try to read this from the JSON. If JSON.total QR codes or something like that, I mean I'm essentially writing pseudocode at this point. If JSON.total QR codes if it's defined essentially, then this dot total QR codes become JSON.total QR codes, and if they're already defined, in this case, like this is not the first time this function has been called, then we do wanna make sure that we are still dealing with that same transaction. So perhaps instead of just relying on the total QR codes to match up in every QR code, we can have a transaction identifier that we can match against, and it will be an empty string for now. So transaction identifier. So first of all, I think we'll check for if dot transaction. Oops. If transaction identifier is equal to empty, then we try to read that from JSON, and if it's present there, populate it. That's one thing to begin with. And if you already have the transaction identifier, make sure this dot transaction identifier is equal to JSON.transaction identifier. If this is like this, all is good, you can continue. But if it's not, then alert invalid QR code, different transaction encountered. Okay. So this way, we obtain a transaction identifier. Codes and handle the right batch of transactions. After this point, we'll check, do we have a single QR code or multiple one? I mean, even if it's just a single QR code transaction, this will execute just one time and won't matter. But if it's executing the second time, it will handle the logic. So if we have more QR codes, then if this dot total QR codes, I mean, this time we don't have to check. We simply populate it at this point. Also copy over total QR codes is equal to JSON dot total QR codes. Copy over transaction meta. And all of these can be considered as meta. So now current QR index. What is so this is essentially tells us what's the position of this QR code in that series of QR code that we expect to receive. If this dot current QR index is if this dot current QR index is less than, what are we trying to do here? We have the meta information, so we know that we expect either 1 or either 4, and then we want to collect them, and I guess for now I'll simply build up an array which will have all of those values, and I'm just wondering if I need the QR codes to be scanned in the specific order of their index, or they can be scanned differently, because it shouldn't be a problem to scan them out of order. So what can be done is this dot data dot length. If the array where we're storing all the data is less than this dot total QR codes, then we simply know we have to continue to accept it. But so let's say this is the last QR code that's coming, and there were 4 of them. So when we have inserted the 1, so this will start from 0, data dot length. 0 is less than 4, add it. 1 less than 4. Let's say there are total 2 QR codes. So the first iteration, just try running here. 0 is less than 2. This will do it, which will be this dot data dot push this dot data json dot data. Right, okay. JSON dot data. But then how do I prevent the exact same QR code to be scanned again? I'll actually have to keep a tab of how many QR codes I expect and what indexes one have been scanned. And if it's one of those, simply ignore that and keep on scanning for more. And JavaScript does not have associative arrays, so that's another bit. I'll have to append it, and before each append operation have to check whether this is not already included. That's what I'll have to do. Check if we already have it before adding it to array, which will simply mean looping over this data. This dot data, can't use it like this. And then how do we use it? Okay, we can. This dot data 0, and inside of it we check for the index, sort of QR code index, and match it up against let's have this on the left hand side. If JSON QR code index is equal to this, simply return the function, which is this function, so don't do anything. Otherwise, when you're done doing this loop and you did not get a chance to bail out of it, then add it. I mean, this will obviously change because not really sure how the data is going to be structured. I guess this sort of thing will be under data. I don't know. I mean, that will totally depend on the structure that we have. Pseudocode below. Verify as per the data encoded in QR. So we kind of keep on appending it. Once we have it, let's say first one was added, then data length is 1 is less than 2, so we know that we have to scan it one more time. Then we look for it, and if it's a different one, this will get added here, and that's it. At this point, it should do a check on it again. Actually, that can happen here. If this dot data length is equal to this dot total QR codes, if this finally matches, we have all the QR code data that we need, right? So we can shut down the scanner. And will this point to the right? Okay, this will actually point to the right one because this is just a method of the component here, so we can simply do it like this. Scanning was turned true, right? It was here. At this point, this dot scanning is equal to false. This scanner dot stop, and then the scanned QR events turn true. Since there can be multiple ones, let's just call it scanned. True. Then this dot video element was not defined here, so let's do that as well. Okay, that's something we didn't define here, but we were using it here like this. So I guess we'll do that here as well. This dot video is defined over here. That gets added, and then that gets removed here. So this should work out. I mean, it's pseudocode. Once I know the format of the data encoded in QR, I'll know much more than how to operate with it. Okay, let's see if it's able to open up the video feed, turning off the camera access from OBS, reloading this page, scan option, and some error is happening here. So, cannot set property video of undefined. 250 line. Okay, cannot set property video of undefined. It's triggering at this line. How does... Okay, this does define it. That's what I was wondering. It should have thrown that error that you're using a property that you have not defined. Okay, let's copy this over and reload this scan queue. Okay, no error on page load, but when I click on it, cannot set property video of undefined 251 line. Essentially the same line. This fire up camera does not pass this variable, so how will it know? Okay, got the video field checked out. Now, okay, for obvious reasons, I think we'll simply hide the heading over here like we did it earlier. So like we show scanning. We if scanning is equal to false. Reload, scan. Okay, the heading gets hidden. Why does this button wants to be on the right of it? Perhaps it needs to be a block. I don't think it's defined as a block for now. Let's see. Nope. It has got to misbehave for some other reason. Hmm. And how was it any different in this one? Mm, I lost it. Wait for a sec. Video here. Okay, it's because it's the flex class is defined over here. That's why it should show up at the bottom now. Good boy. Now, what do I need on this screen? I need a progress bar, and I can live with a smaller screen here because essentially the size of the screen does not really matter. It's only it only exists to guide the user to show what the user can show in front of the camera and how they have to adjust it. It only exists for those reasons. So mm, I guess once this is clicked, we don't need this button again. So this button can go away as well. So now click on this button, everything goes away, just the video stream shows up here. And over here I can simply have a progress bar. Uh, okay, Vue.js. I mean, I'm pretty sure that this will tell me to use a pre-built component of some kind, but I kind of want to do not use one. Simple progress bar from CSS. Oh, yes, yes, this is what I want. Just this simple so that the width of the inner element I can control by simple variable values. Hmm. Hmm. So all of this works on the basis of doing inline styles. Considering the width options I have, I do have this option. I guess for this use case, I will have to rely on directly specifying some inline styles as a percentage as a regular value to the inline style width property rather. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? I mean, this kind of works, but how do I play it out in terms of percentage? I do not have that fine control. It says I can define my own custom one, which is great, but it's not that I know this total number of QR codes that will be scanned. So every time this will be different. If it's 3, then I want one third, one third, one third, which is supported by default. If it's 4, it's supported. It's 5, it isn't, and I'll have to specify it. And if it's 7, I'll have to, re-specify that here as well. So what's even the point? So I guess we build it like this. So kind of this shows the border, which will be border gray 200. Why does hitting escape go takes me to the bottom of the page? I do not understand UVS Visual Studio Code. What is up with you? Anyway, div class w3 gray. Then this becomes border, like let's go with border blue. Like what do I want border here? This should be regular, right? Yes. BG blue 400. Same here. Border blue 400. And over here this height I can specify here. Height 4, and I simply have to specify this width value, calculate it and specify it. So over here what will happen is, okay, this is the import one, collapse sign, yes. What do I do here? Tin, 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 tin. Tin, 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 tin. Ah, at this point where I'm receiving data, right? I know the data.length value here. Okay, so with each iteration, after all of this is done, right, I do that here. And how do I do that? Let's give it ID p bar document dot get element by ID p bar, right, right. JS change inline style. Okay, so dot element dot style dot stuff, style dot width. I don't know. I guess I'll have to see. Reload here to have. Okay, is it showing up full on its own? It should show up with 20%, right? What's happening here? Okay, okay. Oh, all right, all right. Width is equal to 40%. Don't think I can specify percent here. Oh, I can. That is good. Perfect. So I just have to calculate the percentage and just call it here. So this line becomes document getting managed albert is equal to what's the percentage we have is this dot data dot length divided by this dot total QR codes. Total QR codes. This needs to be multiplied by 100. And this will give us the percent progress that we simply specify here as a number and append the percentage sign to it, and that should be it. Update progress bar. Okay, that wasn't difficult. And if we stick with the only color that we're using, go ahead and change the blue to indigo. But where was it though? Here. So the video stream opens here, and as QR codes are scanned, this will keep on increasing, and as soon as the last one is done, it will reach that point, at which point what's supposed to happen, at which point it should take you to the confirm transaction screen. Right. Over there it will have it would have decoded all the information that it needs. It will show the recipient address. mm, this is actually interesting because most of the time the recipient will be singular, but it's possible to have multiple recipients. So I think what it can do is show another progress bar over here and then show you that there are multiple recipients and different amounts for each recipient. So click on sign transaction for each one of them, and it will it will make you go through different slides, approve your consent about everything, and if you find anything wrong or you don't want to continue, you hit cancel and it's stopped right there. Yeah, that's simple to handle, nothing to worry about. Okay, sign transaction, coming back to the HTML here. Mm, so we'll need some showing confirmation will be a flag. Signed transaction signed will be a flag, which will essentially control the display that we get. So over here what I can do is um, all of this is shown. Sign transaction, confirm transaction, broadcast. right? Over here we can have it vif is equal to showing confirmation is equal to false, and transaction signed is equal to false as well. If both are false, like the page has just loaded, show this, else div vif is equal to showing confirmation is equal to true. Then what we do is we show them this screen, which will have a heading. Don't think this is needed. It will say confirm transaction. Then it shows recipient amount. So we need to copy a couple of fields from which screen can we copy it from? The import screen, I think. I don't know. Oh yeah, this screen we can copy it from. So import template, this, copy it, we show it, reload, scanning QR code, la la la. Then showing confirmation, let's flip this. Confirm transaction is now shown. This will say recipient, and when there are multiples it can also say like 1 of 4. Yeah, let's worry about multiple recipients for in a later version. I mean, it's easy to do, but why bother to do it if not many people are not going to be using it anytime soon? So recipient, this becomes a model recipient, and we use it from here. Recipient amount, so for most cases there will be QR codes multiple very easily, because you might be using a lot of internal addresses to combine that payment to go towards that recipient. And still, I mean, my point was there can still be a single recipient and you will still need a lot of QR codes to make that transaction go through, because you're using a lot of input addresses in there. Recipient amount, this gets binded to amount. Sign transaction. Okay, mnemonic is not defined. Where am I still using mnemonic? Tell me. Oh, based on this, okay. So this essentially needs to be signed transaction. I don't think I need any variable here, so let's get rid of that. And this will not be disabled because it's simply asking the user to review and not provide anything or not ask for anything. So recipient amount, the heading can be adjusted, I believe. Sign transaction is right here, and do maybe not. Maybe I can use an icon. But this is fine. And in either cases, these should be read-only. Right. Okay. It's also interesting to see how OBS is simply consuming about 380-ish MB of RAM, and sometimes that spikes to 1600 or 1700. That's that's very insane of OBS. So this should say sign transaction, okay, and then I need a cancel button as well. This would become sign transaction, which is not used yet, okay, and then a cancel one. What? Okay, yes, this. Okay, looks good. Might look better with flex here. Let's give them that. Are they block or not? Let's make them block level elements as well, otherwise they won't look what we're expecting them to. Okay, let's cancel these, subtract, fix these errors that are happening. Cancel transaction. Okay, that's not defined, I guess. Maybe 5 of 12 will work better. See what? That looks good to me. So now scroll here, you click on sign transaction, then that function is fired. And if you click on cancel, I guess it can do it like this. Right, and over here, this is default data, and upon canceling it, it simply does that again. Now take the user back to dashboard. Now how do I do that? Vue.js change route programmatically. Router.push location. Okay, let's try that here. Router.push dashboard. Sweet. Router.push dashboard. Don't think even, not sure if this is even needed, because once I move away from a component, what happens? Vue.js component variables. when route changes. Not sure. I mean, most likely. Does this show us anything here? It does not. Component lifecycle, Vue.js, Vue instance. Okay, let's see. Before created, before mounted, updates goes on like this. Destroyed. So, you can quickly check it this way. Destroyed. Function console.log destroyed. Tear down watcher, shell components, and event listener. Pretty sure this deletes the variables and everything. As long as when we switch out of the route, this is fired. So let's say we are here. We scan stuff. Now it's looking for confirmation. We click on cancel and nothing happens. Why is that? Hmm. Cancel transaction is definitely linked here. No error is happening here. Console.log cancelling. Okay, it does say cancelling destroyed. So yeah, we saw it. No need to even do this, but I'll just leave it there for now. So sign transaction is remaining. This screen is done, and if sign transaction does go through, then we have to show the final broadcast transaction screen. So for that, we will rely on this variable. This dot transaction signed is true. Do signing process here. Update this flag. Then based on this, just like this one, we can do vif is equal to transaction sign is equal to true. Uh, broadcast transaction. We need to show the QR code, two buttons, and some text on the right. And since at this point there can be multiple QR codes, so we have to show the slider as well. So we need two containers here. Flex row. Close them here. Inside of this div, let's just show them the QR code. And inside of this div, we'll be showing a bunch of text. here, the message will simply be transaction signed. Yeah, add a small icon here so that that looks pretty. And then over here, the variables we have is total QR codes. Okay, I mean, so this is for receiving the QR codes for the transaction. Then I guess when the signing actually happens and when we receive data from there, we will need signed total QR codes, that kind of a thing. So it will become signed. Uh, signed total QR codes, right? So it's just a matter of signed total QR codes and different URLs for that, and they can be out of order, so it doesn't really matter because the wallet app will put them together. So what that will be is QR codes and array, and that will be used. Why is this not shown? Hmm. transaction signed for this entire div. Guess it can use a little padding from the top. Five is perfect. Then transaction signed. Show them how many QR codes are involved, and then done or cancel button. I mean, both done or cancel are going to do the same thing, so there isn't really, I guess just one done button is sufficient. If you want to cancel it, you don't do anything. The UX might be a little better if they know that they can click on cancel and without any confusion in their mind, the transaction has stopped. For done, they might be like, okay, I've done it, but I still need to scan it. I guess, I mean, just one of those things that can provide mental satisfaction of some sort to certain users. Otherwise, it's futile. We do have a little scroll here. Actually, this will keep on just showing. Don't even need the slider here actually, because you don't want a user to control it manually. The QR codes will simply change every few seconds, let's say 3 seconds, and they can either take a picture every time that changes or just create a video with stable hands, and then, or maybe even not that, and simply point your webcam to this from the wallet, and it will scan all of them as they change unless it's done. Is to cancel. Don't broadcast it. This is simply this variable here. Okay, no scroll bar, transaction signed, QR code generated. Can maybe use a little. Can I do left negative margins though? Okay, I can dash him. Okay. Okay, don't want to battle fixing all this. So hmm. transaction signed, QR code generated. What? Without that, it's adjusting the width. Because the image is not showing up at 256. Okay, then we must fix this. Column class, if transaction signed is equal to false, only then use this. So in transaction, UJ showing confirmation, that looks fine. Sign transaction. To 56 by 256. Wish to cancel it, but don't broadcast it. That's great. Just wish this was at the bottom. Let's wrap this into a div of its own. And just how we did it on, what was it? Dashboard, manage accounts, this. Just specify fixed over it. Fixed. Bottom 0. Right 0. See how that affects it. Okay, don't wish for the scroll though, so let's see if we can tweak the parameters a little bit. Right 0 is fine, bottom 10. What's even the point? I guess we can simply give it a margin and call it a day. What do we have the scroll now though. What's going on? Pretty sure the scroll isn't because of... It's because of the image now, I think. Yes. So actually there was nothing wrong with that approach here. Let's give that one more try. 5 and reload. Sign transaction. So when you scroll to the top, it touches till the very bottom. But only when this has sticky, right? Sorry, fixed. When this doesn't have this, okay, it's still moving. Okay, where is that margin coming from? The H2. Okay, we want margin top, margin left, margin right doesn't matter, and margin bottom to be 0, so that should do it. Nope, still there. Okay, it didn't refresh it seems, so save and reload. Okay. Yep, the scroll is gone now. And what about this? Okay, why did this didn't work? It's supposed to be showing up at the bottom. Hmm. That takes it to the bottom. Then does these values make any difference? don't think they do. Why is that? Oh, right, okay. When I have bottom 0, right 0 here, these rules are defined over here. Bottom 0, right 0, but not anything else. So that is why. So if I just add attribute style and overhead will say bottom 10 pixel, 30. Sweet. And if I take a look at the image here, we have some space over here that can be given to the top now. So whatever we did here, ml left top right doesn't matter, mb5. Okay, that triggers the QR. So how about 3? That doesn't. So let's do that. Where was it? Where was it? Broadcast. Where am I? MB3, right? Okay. And this one, these rules are a bunch of bullshit rules. They don't even exist. I simply do bottom 30 pixel. Okay, now I don't think 30 is fine. Need to align this line with this. 17. Bottom 16 pixel. Okay, so the last bit that I want to do before wrapping this up is specify the rotation of QR codes here right now. So I'm just going to use these two QR codes as dummy values, and once this actual signing transaction data code comes, it will populate these QR codes and it will simply use what's there. Okay, so I added 2 of them here, and da 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 da. Remove before production deploy. I mean, this is that kind of shit if I leave out. Okay, and if potentially these files exist, then everyone would claim that I placed in my URLs and I was trying to cheat people of their funds. But I'm all about the providing every individual their privacy, their digital rights, their sovereign. I don't know how to pronounce the word. Sovereignty. 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 Oh, that's weird. Sovereignty. Okay, I'm all about sovereignty. Oh well, let's. This is done. We are. We have the QR codes going on. Hmm, how to do this actually? This should trigger when the transaction signing switch is flipped true, which happens here. So I think this point is where that needs to happen. So it will do set interval function, do it every 3 seconds, where you have to, what's the variable name here? QR codes. I mean, I think as a sample code, what I can do is if these are two codes, fire two set interval functions and just be different timings so that they replace each other, or I mean like every few seconds. So what I mean by that is if QR code 0, right, is this value, use this value over there, which is tied up as, just tied up like this. And we simply don't need this code, so let's get rid of that. Then where are we? Here, broadcast, yes. So at this point the actual QR image will be this. Let's call it QR source, comment this out, don't need any classes on this. Now simply at this point QR source, this can be this as well. Set timeout, so the very first one will start at right away, so it will replace the zero QR code in this value, which will makes it show over there, and this will start with 3000, and kind of need recursion here, for which I'll have to specify this in the outside context. And this will only work for 2 QR codes, so this implementation is a waste. And JavaScript sleep is like, does JavaScript has sleep? It does have some sort of implementation for it, and that eats CPU. That's what I can recall. Hmm. Okay, this I can work with. Current QR index. So what happens is, at this point you set a function to fire every 3 seconds, where value of QR index on display is increased and shown it here, access it here and put it here, which leads to the output. Let's test that real quick. I have these two URLs here, 0 here, transaction signing true, but it's not tied up to QR source. So, and since this function is not actually firing, or this function can actually fire, no? Sign transaction is supposed to fire at this row from the confirmation screen. So what if I turn on the camera over there, let the Chrome access it from here, and where's my goddamn phone? Don't have it with me. That is just great. My wife took it. Let's see if we can do it. Switch to routing. Switch to events. This only shows what events are being triggered and not the data. This shows the data. Okay, so what I wanna, okay, showing confirmation, right? Okay, so I can click on this button here and that triggers it. Transaction sign is true, but this threw an error. So 325. 2 of undefined, so this isn't working. Oh, I changed it to capital QR, that's why. Reload. Showing confirmation true, signed transaction. Okay, first QR code is shown. Okay, it cannot keep on going on. Okay, need a little bit of bunch of tweaks here. Set interval function delay arguments, right? Function delay arguments, but I need the very first function to fire right away, and this needs a check when to reset it. So this cannot be a one line anymore. So what I'm gonna do is, as soon as this is fired, 0th one is shown, and then if plus plus of QR index on display is greater than this dot QR codes dot length. Let's say we have two QR codes. For the 0th one, it's already displayed. This will fire after 3 seconds. It will increment this to 1. 1 is greater than 2. Nope. So don't do anything. Simply use that to show it. So now the first index 1 is showing. Then this fires again the third time. When these are actually passed by reference. I'm not sure if this will even work out, but let's see. I mean, these are passed by values, not by reference. Now this is 1. The next time it fires, it becomes 2. 2 is greater than 2, false. So that means it will reset it, which would put this value back to 0. And that's it. Let's see if that works. First one is shown, then switched, then gone, and then it will come back. So what is wrong here? What's the value of the index here? Q 0 1. So when it's 2, which is what happens here, and 2 is greater than this dot QR codes. Kind of need the functions to be here now. No, trigger this sign transaction. So 0 it is shown, 1 did not do anything. What? Why is it even able to reach 2 is my question. This dot QR code's length is obviously 2, and 2 is perhaps, if the QR code index is less than, first time it's fired, increment it, and if this is greater than the length, so index is 2, false. Okay, it should be this. Actually, this should just work now. First QR code is shown, then second, then first, then second. Superb. So added this here. This will suffice for now. So actual signing process will come here, then flip this switch and then do this. Show run slideshow of generated QR codes for signed transaction data. Yep. Run it one more time. Show confirmation this. Zeroth version is shown. First one is shown. Zeroth one is shown. Great. So that's just done. Okay, let's review. So the signing transaction UI is done as well. The manage accounts is done. The encrypted QR code is done. I think we managed to get all the entire UI of the Vault app done, which is good. Good progress. And tomorrow I guess I'll either work on the signing transaction functionality itself or the custom Linux OS that's being designed for this, and figure out the final bits pieces that are remaining for it. And we're getting very close to being able to put this out on GitHub and for everyone to check out. So that's great news. It was a good productive session today, and thanks for tuning in. If you like this project, then you can go to woodpecker.com, wodpckr.com, and over there on the landing page you can drop in your email. I can send you weekly updates on how the project is progressing. And if you are interested in following my adventures, then you can follow me on Twitter. My handle is ashframe. It will be on the screen as well. So that's pretty much it. Thanks for tuning in and have a good one. Bye bye.